let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camel's costlier tobaccos are soothing to the nerves. Here's the Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman, and it's meeting time for swing fans from coast to coast. And while you're listening, remember that you are the ones who've made this show possible. You smokers are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel.
Hello, club members. This is your president, Benny Goodman. Our entertainment committee tonight includes songwriter Johnny Mercer, complete with a brand new song, and piano players Meade Lux Lewis and Albert Hammonds, complete with Boogie Woogie piano. It looks like we've lined up a lot of business for our meeting, so let's get down to the order of proceedings from Secretary Seymour.
Well, there's a resolution, Mr. President, from our affiliated society, the Ancient Order of Fireside Toe Tappers.
Oh, yes? And what do they propose, Mr. Secretary?
Resolved that Benny Goodman should restore, rejuvenate, revive, and swing that old toe tapper, I can't give you anything but love. In the clubhouse, please. The ceremony extraordinary is about to take place. We wanted all club members from coast to coast to be in on it, so we asked Bob Whiteman to come over to the meeting. Bob is managing director of the Paramount Theater, New York, and here he is.
Thank you, Dan Seymour. 3 years ago, we started a band popularity poll in the lobby of the Paramount. Each year, patrons of the theater have cast thousands of votes for many famous bands. This year, for the second time in succession, the winner is Benny Goodman. So on behalf of the thousands of voters who elected you the winner, Benny, I want to congratulate you, and for the second year, I present you the Paramount Band Trophy.
A handsome gold cup has just been unveiled. It's shining in a spotlight at the side of the platform.
Thank you, Bob Whiteman. And thanks from the band and myself to all the voters. That cup sure is a beauty, and we're certainly proud to have won it again. And now it's a great pleasure to have with us a visitor from out of town who comes to the meeting with a membership card from the Hollywood Local. I vote we give a big welcome to Johnny Mercer.
Thank you. Thank you, Benny, and thank you, club members.
You know, Johnny, when we asked you to come on from Hollywood, we didn't expect that by the time you got here, one of your songs would be the top hit of America.
Well, it's kind of a shock to me, too.
Well, congratulations, boy. It was nice timing. And now, by the way of initiation, we have a questionnaire for you. Some things the average man would like to know. So will you imagine that Dan Seymour is Mr. Average Man?
Hi, Mercer.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Average Seymour. I don't suppose you've ever heard of Johnny Mercer.
Oh, I'll take President Goodman's word that you write song hits. But here's what the average man is interested in. How do you do it?
I see. Just a simple question.
Yeah, that's all. What do you have to turn out a big song?
Well, I couldn't afford to tell everybody, but I'll let you in on it. My own surefire formula for songwriting.
Oh, much obliged, Mr. Mercer.
Could we have a little formula music in the background, Benny? First, you have to be born down south in Savannah, Georgia. 16 years elapse. You come north, enter an amateur contest. You win.
All right.
And wake up to find yourself singing with a dance band.
Oh, but Mr. Mercer, how can the average man sing?
Mind you, this is only my own personal formula. Some songwriters start with the music. But the years roll on. You meet Matt Malnick, decide to write a song together. You write 4 or 5 songs. They're terrible. You tear them up, throw them away, and next morning you wake up to find yourself singing in the bathtub. So you met someone who set you back on your heels. Goody-goody, so you met someone, and now you know how it feels.
I see you've written a hit song, but you haven't told me how.
Well, listen, Mr. Average Man. The years roll on. And on. And finally, in despair, you talk things over very seriously with Johnny Mercer, and you decide to write a song with yourself. Nothing happens. You tear out your hair, throw it away. Then one day in a taxi, you start singing, I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but my legs ain't bold.
I see another hit, but how did you ever do it? Would that be the years rolling on again, Mr. Mercer?
Yes, and the next thing you know, you're right here in the clubhouse.
And Benny Goodman starts to play Johnny Mercer's top song hit of the week, and he's singing.
You must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now.
All right, Mr. Mercer. You might have written beautiful baby.
Yeah?
That doesn't mean that you ought to sing, or me
But,
either.
Benny, I beg your humble pardon. I sang with Jack Teagarden.
And now I hear you moved in on beams.
Slightly.
'Cause when it comes to singing blue rhythm, I don't know how they put up with you. But you'll probably wind up yet singing duets at the Met with Tibbet and Kapura, too.
Who?
Kapura. Yom Kapura.
Well, Yom Kippur to you, too, Benny.
No, Yom Kapura, the opera star.
Oh, where's she working now?
Not she. He. He sings opera, high-class stuff, something like this.
You better stick to beautiful baby before you get the club members riled. Forget those philharmonics and get back to the Onyx where you can drive the customers wild. 'Cause when it comes to playing Blue Danube, there's nothing left for you to invent. If you try to Strauss it up, you will only it up. barrel house it up I meant. So you keep playing beautiful, baby, and I'll keep paying my rent. What a beautiful beginning for the new year. After all the discussions you've had here in the clubhouse, debating whether this and that distinguished guest could swing, to find out at last that your own president is a corny crooner.
All right, Johnny Mercer, enough of your wisecracks.
Say, Benny. Benny, I'm sorry to worry you with a personal matter, but a few minutes ago when we sang Beautiful Baby, we didn't give the name of the gentleman who wrote it with me. When I was a beginner, that used to burn me up good. So now I always like to mention my collaborator, even if you have to do it fast.
A nice thought, Johnny. Club members, the song You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby was written by Johnny Mercer and Harry Warren.
Harry Warren? My, I'm awfully glad to meet you, Mr. Warren. I think your songs are simply...
Just a minute, Martha. This is not Harry Warren. Listen. Another song you all remember was Lazy Bones by Johnny Mercer and Hoagie Carmichael.
Oh, Mr. Carmichael, I hope you'll forgive me. I should have known you.
Now, look, Mr. President, why don't you try it this way? Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Mercer has a brand new song for you. It hasn't even been published yet. And for its first performance, Johnny himself sings the chorus. It's Cuckoo in the Clock by Walter Donaldson and Johnny Mercer.
Gee, I never knew Walter Donaldson could sing.
Tick-tock in the parlor was the only sound. Tick-tock on the mantel, nothing else around. Boy and girl were close as they could be. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Be a pal, said the fella to the gal, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every time they started to woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's my little peachy pie? And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Though I'm just a little cuckoo, I'm not as cuckoo as you. So he closed the doors and withdrew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. Every time they started to woo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Though I'm just a little cuckoo, I'm not as cuckoo as you. So he closed the doors and withdrew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Benny, the minutes of the meeting say that we're about to have lesson 2 in tonight's educational feature for club members.
Yes, Johnny. We're taking another chapter in the history of Boogie Woogie.
I think the story of Meade Lux Lewis and Albert Ammons is a great chapter. You know, they used to be taxi drivers in Chicago. Meade and Albert Ammons and Pinetop Smith lived together. And they had an old upright piano in their room. It was Pinetop Smith who brought to Chicago that great style of blues we call boogie woogie. Meade and Ammons listened to him and learned. And when Pinetop died, they carried on, driving taxis all day, practicing on the old upright at night, playing at a party now and then, and keeping alive the style Pinetop Smith had brought up from the South.
Well, thanks for that fine chapter resume, Johnny Mercer. Just one more note about the piano Albert Ammons plays in the next number. You know, back in the days when the blues were born, the old upright usually had a couple of extra pedals. One pedal for drums and one for mandolin effects. There aren't many of the old 5-pedal pianos left, In fact, the only one to be found in New York was at Carnegie Hall the other night. And we borrowed it for club meetings. Albert Ammons is sitting at it right here on the platform. Now, remember, one pedal plays drums and one pedal plays mandolin. Will you show them, Albert? And over on the other side of the platform here, we have that other great boogie-woogie at another piano, Meade Lux Lewis. And with the whole band ready for a downbeat, hold on to your seats. Here's our boogie-woogie special for the hot clubs. We call it Roll 'em.
Well, club members, so now you know. That is Boogie Woogie. And this is Benny Goodman saying thanks to Meade Lux Lewis, Albert Ammons, and Johnny Mercer for being with us tonight. And until next Tuesday's meeting time, good night for Camels and all the gang.
Good night, Benny. Remember, you've all got a date next Tuesday night with Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band, the Goodman Trio and Quartet and Martha Tilton. Watch the bulletin boards for names of new members who'll be up for initiation here in the old clubhouse next week. Secretaries of local branch meetings in and around New York have probably noted that President Goodman and the band open tomorrow at the Paramount Theater. Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. Eddie's special guests are Helen Menken and Connie Boswell. So make it a Monday night date, too. This is Dan Seymour speaking.
Gentlemen, the tobacco that means more smoking joy to more pipe smokers is Prince Albert. Yes, sir, Prince Albert is choice, ripe tobacco, mild, mellow, and fragrant, and full of good, rich taste. PA is specially cut to draw right, too. It burns slow and smokes cool. Try the National Joy Smoke, men. There's no other tobacco like Prince Albert.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camel's costlier tobaccos are soothing to the nerves. Here comes the Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band, the Goodman Trio, Martha Tilton, and songwriter Johnny Mercer, who was initiated here in the clubhouse last week. So gather round, swing fans from coast to coast. It's meeting time. And while you're swinging out with Benny Goodman, we'd like to say just a word of thanks to you smokers who've made this show possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel. And here's your president, Benny Goodman.
Thank you, Secretary Seymour. You know, club members, I've said thank you, Secretary Seymour, many times in the past. Well, after tonight's broadcast, Dan's term of office comes to an end. As our secretary, he has kept the meetings in good order, and we're really sorry to see him go, and we're going to miss him. So I'm sure that club members all over the country will be joining us every time we say, thank you, Dan Seymour.
Well, thank you, President Goodman. But right now, I'm sure all club members all over the country will be glad to hear that meeting swings to order as Benny and the band swing into that ever-young 10-year-old Sweet Sue.
Last week, we initiated a new club member from Hollywood, Johnny Mercer, author of such great songs as You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby and Jeepers Creepers. He also wrote the lyrics of some real swing tunes, the Dixieland Band, Fare Thee Well to Harlem, and The Girlfriend of the Whirling Dervish.
Hey, wait a minute, Benny.
Well, what is it, Johnny?
Well, I wish you wouldn't give me such a build-up. It makes me self-conscious.
It does, huh? Well, here's something that will make you proud. The inner circle of club members have decided to make you vice president of the club.
You mean I'll have a title?
Yes, from now on, you'll be known as VP in charge of MIPU.
What?
MIPU.
Say, Benny, you're getting self-conscious now.
Well, let me explain. VP in charge of MIPU means vice president in charge of musical instrument picking up. How do you like it?
Well, I'd rather be vice president in charge of Martha Tilton.
Well, Martha, what do you say to that?
Could be.
Why, that's a music cue. Tell me, President Goodman, what's this I see in the order of proceedings? Graduation ceremonies.
That, Johnny Mercer, is an event that makes us very proud here in the club. One of our most worthy fellow members is starting out on his own in a couple of weeks, and we all wish him the best of luck. It's our trumpet player, Harry James. Take a bow, Harry.
So Harry's going out to blow his own horn. I presume he graduates magna cum laude, and I mean louder and louder. How long has Harry been captain of the trumpet team, President Goodman?
Oh, for more than 2 years. And he's always been one of our star players. And now, like our brilliant alumnus of last year, Gene Krupa, Harry is going to start a band of his own. He tells me the theme song at his branch meetings of swing fans will be Chirry Birry Bin.
I'd like to hear that.
Okay, Harry, give them the cue for the theme of what we know will be a great band.
little representative of the Ladies' Auxiliary, Martha Tilton, returns to the platform with one of your current favorites, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes to see with, but they see only you. For you have eyes that put the very stars to shame. I have limbs to sigh with, what else am I to do? When you have lips that fill my very soul with flame. Tonight you're near to me in a light bright as day, but still you're dear to me. I can see you even miles away. I have eyes to see with, but yet when we're apart, I close my eyes and see with my heart.
Martha, if I could only make a date with you on the veranda of the clubhouse after the broadcast, I'll try to tell you how much I like that.
My, Johnny Mercer, you're an awfully fast worker for a vice president.
And you forget, Mr. VP, after the broadcast, you're in charge of picking up musical instruments.
Well, I was wondering, President Goodman, whether I couldn't be demoted.
Did you say demoted?
Yes, demoted from vice president to, say, treasurer. You know, collecting dues and fines, and, well, don't you think there might be more in it for me?
I see. Johnny Mercenary.
Woo! If I were treasurer, that pun would cost you plenty.
Of course, now that Dan Seymour is leaving us, we will have to elect a new secretary for club meetings.
Well, then I could be secretary-treasurer.
Oh, here, not so fast, Johnny. You have a lot to learn first. Can you, for instance, recite the club motto?
President Goodman will keep members informed of what's new and good, period.
Say, Benny, before I leave, I want to hand over to Johnny Mercer that special file of ours. The letters from the Hot Clubs of America electing you, Benny, their honorary president.
Well, thank you, Dan Seymour.
Johnny, suppose you tell the Hot Clubs what we've got for them this week.
Benny, I heard you rehearse it, and it cannot be described, except that the title is, I Sent for You Yesterday, and Here You Come Today. If you hear anybody singing about halfway through, it'll be me. Aside from that, it is a killer.
Here it is, Hot Clubs of America, your president, Benny Goodman, and the band in this week's special, I Sent for You Yesterday, and Here You Come Today. During the proceedings, Johnny Mercer will oblige with a slight aria.
Lonesome shining through the trees. Don't the moon look lonesome shining through the trees? Don't your arms look lonesome when your baby's back to leave? Sent for you yesterday, yeah, you come today. Sent for you yesterday, yeah, you come today. If you can't do better, might as well just stay away.
Thank you. I guess we'll have to bring that one up for review again sometimes. This is Benny Goodman saying so long, club members. Hope you'll all turn out for the meeting next week. We've given Johnny Mercer a pass key to the clubhouse and told him to let himself in every Tuesday. Until then, good night for Camels and all the gang.
And good night for me, too, Johnny Mercer. Here's where I start my new job, musical instrument picking up. And from the looks of things around here, it'll take me until next Tuesday to get the place in order.
Well, get to work, Johnny, and good night, Benny. Remember, you've all got a date next Tuesday night with Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band, the Goodman Trio and Quartet, Martha Tilton, and Johnny Mercer. Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. Eddie's special guest is Boris Karloff, so make it a Monday night date, too. I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon. This is Dan Seymour speaking. So long, gang. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camel's costlier tobaccos are soothing to the nerves. Here comes the Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman. That means meeting time for swing fans of all ages and hot club members from coast to coast. Time to gather around for music by Benny Goodman, words by Johnny Mercer. The first item on our agenda is a word of appreciation to all you club members, you smokers who make these weekly meetings possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel.
This is your president, Benny Goodman, bidding you welcome to the Camel Hot Club. Tonight, our club meeting takes place at the State Theater in Hartford, Connecticut. You know, Hartford is the insurance headquarters of the whole country, so we thought it would be a wise policy to see that everyone had a good time. Vice President Johnny Mercer, will you sound off with that 30-minute endowment we dreamed up for tonight?
Right, Prexy. Whereas, and be it known, the parties of the first part, hereinafter referred to as Benny Goodman and/or the world's greatest swing band, shall by mutual consent and popular demand present, item, the party of the second part, to wit and viz, your swing sweetheart, Martha Tilton. Item, the parties of the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth parts.
Say, this thing's got more parts than an erector set.
Hereinafter referred to as the Goodman Trio and Quartet.
Item, President Goodman's latest and strongest pet hate, the fluff box.
Snapping its hungry jaws for a 50-cent piece when any of us stumbles on a word or misreads a line. And here comes the first premium on our good time policy for tonight. It's the Goodman version of that grand old toe tapper, swinging down the lane.
Not so long ago, Johnny Mercer and Walter Donaldson, of whom you may have heard by now, got together and turned out a new song. I vote we have Martha Tilton sing it for us right now. Will those in favor say aye? Aye! Gosh, so that's what it sounds like when 4,000 people all agree at once. All right, Martha, suppose you tell the club members about Johnny's new song in your own way.
Has anybody here seen Johnny?
Yes, Martha.
Oh, Mr. Mercer, do you think I could interview you for the Gossip Gazette of the Ladies' Auxiliary?
What? Write an article about me?
Yes. You see, they heard about your invention of the fluff box, and they want to know where you got your wonderful financial genius.
Well, Martha, originally the Mercers hired for Scotland.
Hoot mon, did they come over on the Mayflower?
Aye, tourist class.
But you were born in Georgia.
Sure enough, honey child. That's where I acquired my taste for Georgia peaches.
Well, hush my mouth, Colonel. And where'd you go to school?
Woodbury Forest, ma'am, in old Virginia.
See, on Georgia peaches in Virginia, and now you're on the radio.
What are you writing, Martha?
The title of my article, President Goodman.
Let me see it. Johnny Mercer, a peach-fed Virginia ham.
You'll be sorry, Martha. Just for that, I'm going to include you in the club rule. 50 cents for every fluff. Let's hear you read this announcement of the next item.
President Goodman says certain slow, sweet songs should surely sound slowly.
Flop.
Oh, there's my 50 cents, Johnny.
Start again.
I'll try again. President Goodman says certain slow, sweet songs...
Flop.
Dollars. Gee. Thank you. President Goodman says certain slow, sweet songs should surely sound solid, swiftly swung, so start sending Estrelita. Congratulations.
Here's another one of Johnny Mercer's new tunes, first introduced on this program and fast rising in popularity. The Cuckoo in the Clock.
Tick-tock on the mantel was the only sound. Tick-tock in the parlor, nothing else around. Boy and girl were close as they could be. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Be a pal, said the fella to the gal, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. Now they didn't know that every word they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So we said with a sigh, who's your little peachy pie? And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Oh, I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. So he closed the door and withdrew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. He closed the door and withdrew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Club members, along about here, we sort of gambled that you'd want to hear one of Johnny Mercer's parodies. And to set the mood for it, a parody worst comedians you ever heard are going to fire a little crosstalk at you.
Benny, who was that oboe I saw you with last night?
That was no oboe, that was my fife.
Say, Benny, tell me, where do all the fleas go in the wintertime?
You can search me.
Oh, that was almost a fluff. You see, club members, it's like they always say. Everyone knows them, they're old jokes. Like the seasons, they come and they go. Always getting the bird, if not given, inferred. That's why everybody hates them so. Rehashed and revived and retold jokes, with their whiskers tucked under their chins. They're the real mellow type, so mellow they're ripe. They think that at 40 life begins. Every evening after supper, those stories come pell-mell. They're the ones they told in 65 to Lincoln that day. And he said, I know that one so well. I don't quite understand about old jokes. They were told by the blue and the gray. But they're not too rheumatic to creep from the attic and show everyone the eggs they lay.
Oh, we always know where to find old jokes when there's some little program to do. We go right to Joe Miller to get us the killer, change it around to sound like new.
But they never do.
Folks that listen to radio stations sit and whittle until we are through.
Instead of getting more mail,
we keep getting more stale by sneaking a little quip or two.
Every Tuesday we go fishing Our catch lines are all jade, but we only hook a smile or two, the laugh gets away. Can't keep 'em away. Oh, someday there'll be no more old Joes. What a wonderful world it will be. All the comics that day will have to work for their pay, the day that they put old jokes away. Now here's the place in the minutes of our meeting when the committee takes up news of the hot clubs. Yes, Benny. And we have two special items to report this week. Item one, right here in Hartford, Connecticut, radio station WDRC has its own strictly swing club. They've just held a popularity poll among the members, and our president, Benny Goodman, was the winner. Thank you all. Well, club members, Clarinet Goodley of the reciprocal Philadelphia Hotley beginning next Transday. Wishley perhaps remembering only of you not to forget.
Hey, Johnny, hold on. What's the idea of the double talk?
Well, President Goodman, this sinister and superannuated silo here, the fluff box, has gone and garnered another, I guess it's about $1. And with the 7 we already had on hand, the kitty is becoming entirely too obese for comfort.
Oh, I see. So to get around it, you're going in for double talk. Is that it?
Right. As Shakespeare said, speak trippingly on the tongue.
Even Shakespeare could have used a fluff box, huh? Club members, what Johnny Mercer meant by those vocal gymnastics was that next Tuesday we'll be holding our meeting in Philadelphia. Join us, won't you? Till then, this is your president, Benny Goodman, saying goodnight for Camels and all the gang.
I'm sure all the members of our Philadelphia branch will want to join President Goodman at the Earl Theater down there beginning on Friday. And I'm sure all you members of our other branches everywhere will join up with us again on next Tuesday night. Until then, this is Johnny Mercer, the vagabond fluffer, saying good night and so long.
Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. So make it a Monday night date, too. Harry Holcomb speaking.
Will all the pipe smokers listening in please raise their right hands? Now, will all you men who are not Prince Albert smokers please repeat after me? I am going to try Prince Albert. That's all we ask, men. Just try Prince Albert to get next to real joy smoking. There's no other tobacco like Prince Albert, the national joy smoke.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camel's costlier tobaccos are soothing to the nerves. Here comes the Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band. The doors of the Camel Hot Club are wide open, and it's meeting time for swing fans from coast to coast. And meeting time means music by Benny Goodman, words by Johnny Mercer. Now, while you're swinging out with Benny Goodman, we'd like to say just a word of appreciation to you club members, you smokers who have made this show possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel. All right, Prez, take it.
Well, club members, now that Harry Holcomb has sort of rolled up the rugs, this is your president, Benny Goodman. We're using the Earl Theater in Philadelphia.
Oh. We're going to get broke tonight.
We're using the Earl Theater in Philadelphia for our clubhouse tonight. About 4,000 Pennsylvania members.
Bluff.
The dollar. You think I better continue this program?
Keep it up.
About 4,000 Pennsylvania members have turned up for the meeting. And here's Johnny Mercer with our agenda. Start agending, Johnny.
Well, yes, sir, Mr. President. The entertainment committee has cooked up a kind of a Philadelphia pepper pot, and it looks mighty tasty. There's plenty of solid Goodman swing in it, spiced with a ditty or two from Martha Tilton and a dash of jam from the Goodman Quartet.
So we're all in the soup together, huh, Johnny?
We are, Benny, and floating around on top is the fluff box, as you already know. Yawning for $50 every time we jump a word or fluff a line. Now, let's see whether you Philadelphia branch members are familiar with our most popular club rule. Who keeps club members informed of what's new and good? Meaning you, Benny.
That's what I gather, John.
Next in the order of proceedings, a tune Father Crosby sang in Paris Honeymoon.
Say, by the way, John, did you hear Bing last week? He got tied up in one of those $10 words of his, and he asked anybody in the audience if they had a fluff box.
So the invention's catching on, is it? Okay, I vote we fluff along into Sweet Little Headache, with Martha singing the word for us. Give, Rexy.
But you are lots of fun. Have a good mind to spank you, then thank you for all you've done. You're a sweet little headache, full of quaint little schemes. But when I should forget you, I let you disturb my dreams. I thought I could hold my own with you, but you've got me all perplexed. Here I am alone with you, and what are you gonna do next? You're a sweet little headache if you turn out that way. What a sweet little heartache you'll turn out to be someday.
You've probably heard that grand song by Peter DeRose and Mitchell Parrish called Deep Purple. You know, when the deep purple falls over sleepy garden walls and the stars begin to flicker in the night. Well, here are Lionel Hampton and Teddy Wilson joining Buddy and Benny in the Goodman Quartet's own Deep Purple Dream. By the sound of that applause, President Goodman, I'd say the clubhouse is full up to standing room only. In fact, we might say there's hardly room to swing a hep cat.
Well, maybe, John, but our cats are going to swing, and the title is Hold Tight.
Roses are red and violets are blue. Here's Martha Tilton to sing for you. How do you like that, Martha? I made it up out of my own head.
It's pretty, Johnny, but Valentine's Day is nearly through.
Don't quibble, young lady. You heard your cue.
Could be that yellow moon is just a toy balloon and not that yellow moon at all. Could be that angel face is something out of space and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be.
St. Valentine holds sway in the Philadelphia A. So as the natives say, wouldst be?
Couldst be.
I goeth to the store and buyeth cards galore to droppeth at thy door.
Couldst be.
What doth be? I sendeth thee my face, all framed in paper lace, to try and get someplace with thee.
Was that face of thine? Methought it's some design, some comic valentine.
Couldst be. Why, join right in, Mr. Goodman.
Couldst be that talk of thine, that seem a corny line in 1939.
Couldst be.
Couldst be. Why dost thou need revive something that not alive? I doth not dig that jive.
Couldst be?
Couldst be.
Well, look out.
He hath a modern rep. Ye both should keep in step, ere all the cats get hip to thee.
Why, definitely.
Yes, Johnny, I pray thee listen, Gage, while we elucidate how this thing called swing couldst be.
And so we steam away from Philadelphia, but you just say when,
and we'll be back again.
Couldst be.
And now, Johnny, it's time to take down, wrap up, and send out a special for the hot clubs of America.
It is, Prexy, but I vote we label the package dynamite. And I advise you Goodman for president voters in the hot clubs from coast to coast to hold everything. Because again this week, Benny's giving you I Sent For You, Yes, Did He.
And now, club members, if you'll all be good enough to just keep your fingers in your ears a moment, I'll ask Johnny Mercer how much the fluff box collected tonight.
Now, cheer up, Benny. We only made 2 fluffs tonight.
You mean so far?
Well, don't put ideas in my head. Anyway, the total in the kitty is now $9.
I'll most likely add to that, John, when I tell the club members that we'll be visiting Newark, New Jersey, beginning on Friday. If you're going to be in the neighborhood, look us up. And in any case, we hope to have you with us again next Tuesday night. Till then, this is Benny Goodman saying goodnight for Camels and all the gang.
And this is Johnny Mercer, a fugitive from the Fluff Box gang. I think that's a half a fluff right there. Inviting you to drop into the club as usual next Tuesday. Oh, yes, and I want to tell the members of our Newark branch that President Goodman will be looking forward to seeing you all at the Schubert Theater. Till then, so long and good luck.
Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. So make it a Monday night date, too. Harry Holcomb speaking.
This is for men only, for pipe smokers only. If you're not already smoking it, then by all means try the National Joy Smoke. Yes, sir, I mean Prince Albert and nothing else. For there isn't any other tobacco like Prince Albert. Choice ripe pipe tobacco, specially cut to smoke slow, cool, and mellow. Extra mild because the bite is taken out. So full of rich, tasty goodness that, well, there's joy in every pipe load when you get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camels never jangle the nerves. Yes, it's the Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band. So hot club members from coast to coast will please come to order. Tonight, President Goodman, Johnny Mercer, Martha Tilton, and the Goodman Trio have accepted a bid to hold club meeting here at the Lyric Theater in Indianapolis. The first item on our agenda is a word of appreciation to all you club members, you smokers who make these weekly meetings possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel.
Well, club members, this is your president, Benny Goodman, saying hello from Indianapolis. And Johnny Mercer, what's on the bulletin board?
First item, club members, is a real Lulu. In fact, it's called Lulu's Back in Town. Give, Prexy.
And now, John, I vote it's time to hear a song from our Miss Martha Tilton.
Which Martha will explain in verse you'll never find in Milton.
It's a new and pretty ditty, and it really rings the bell. 'Cause a Hoosier wrote it by the name of Hoagie Carmichael. And its title is, I Get Along Without You Very Well. I get along without you very well. Of course I do. Except when soft rain falls and drips from leaves, then I recall the thrill of being sheltered in your arms. Of course I do. But I get along without you very well. I've forgotten you just like I should. Of course I have. Except to hear your name or someone's laugh, that is the same. But I've forgotten you just like I should. What a guy, what a fool am I, to think my aching heart could kid the moon. What's in store should I phone once more? No, it's best that I stick to my tune. I get along without you very well. Of course I do. Except perhaps in spring. But I should never think of spring, for that would surely break my heart in two. Of course I do, except perhaps in spring, but I should never think of spring, for that would surely break my heart in two.
Johnny Mercer, front and center.
Right here, Prexy.
Well, we gave you strict orders to whip up something special for our visit to Indiana.
I know, and I never appreciated what a hep state Indiana is, making you a senator. What do you think of that, club members? Last night at a session of the Indiana State Legislature, they appointed our Mr. B.G. an honorary senator, no less. Congratulations, your honorary honor.
Thank you, Georgia boy, and thanks again, Indiana. And here's our salute to you as dreamed up by our own Johnny Mercer.
You lead off, Senator, and we'll all have a swing at it before we're through. And it's where we want to be. We're on the 1 week stand with entire band and Mr. Mercer and Miss T. We'd like to stay in Indiana, but we soon will have to roam. So all you Hoosiers, while we're playing at the Lyric, oh, won't you make it your Indiana home? Yes, here we are in Indiana, but these trips weren't meant for me. Traveling the way you do may be good for you, but it's killing your BP. I wonder why I left Savannah just to join your band and roam. Oh, I think the moon is lovely on the Wabash, but Benny, please pick a spot and call it home.
Took a train to Indiana, and you think your trip was tough, but just imagine us traveling on a bus just to hear you guys go bluff. We play 5 shows in Indiana, starting at the break of day. And when the moon is shining brightly on the Wabash, we shove off, headed for Pittsburgh.
And here's a special news bulletin for swing fans from coast to coast. Next week, one of the most popular members of the Entertainment Committee starts holding branch meetings of his own. We're proud to send him out with a badge of honor. And we know you'll all join us in wishing the best of luck to Teddy Wilson and his new band.
Hear, hear, hear. So say we all.
And now the seating means along
Fluff,
with...
fluff. Look out, Jack. Fluff.
Well, save your piece, Mercer, and get it over.
All right, Prexy. Pay your piece and get it over. I'll put that in for you. 1 50-cent piece, club members, a fugitive from the moss in the president's pocket. Hey, that's a little fluff on my front.
I think that's a quarter fluff.
Quarter fluff.
Yeah. Okay. There you are. Yeah.
And that's what happens when anybody here in the hot club fluffs a line or misreads a word. But, as I always say under the byline Will Shakespeare, if music be the fruit of fluff, play on, boys. Meaning Lionel Hampton joining Jess Stacy and Benny to make up the Goodman Trio. Around these parts, we call them our committee in charge of special events. And tonight, they're reporting on something that really is special. Exactly like you.
Anything can swing. Anything can swing.
First, Miss Tilton's tremolo trills a song from Mexico. Then the band goes on to show that anything can swing. Yeah, anything can swing.
Estrellita de lejano cielo, que miras mi dolor, que sabes mi sufrir.
play, and Martha Tilton sings the chorus of Johnny Mercer and Walter Donaldson's latest hit, Gotta Get Some Shut-Eye.
Gotta get some shut-eye, give the world a go-by. Got an awful lot of dreaming to do. Gotta get some shut-eye, where the kisses flow by. Got an awful lot of dreams to come true. Gonna let that Sandman sprinkle me with stars. Only hope that old lamplighter lets me hold my baby tighter. So I'm going bye-bye, get myself some shut-eye. Got an awful lot of dreaming to do.
Johnny, this week's special for the hot clubs is a real killer. I mean, it jumps.
You know, Benny, I think I'd be speaking for a lot of club members if I asked you to explain how some of these killadillas get their dizzy titles. Things like Freeze and Melt and Yes, I'm in the Barrel.
Cuckoo in the Clock.
Shout 'em Aunt Tilly.
Yes,
On down, you know.
Well, Johnny, as a lyric writer, it might not make sense to you. But I've seen bands work 5 hours getting a musical routine set and then slap a title on it in two seconds.
Uh-oh, that's a fluff. In 1 second.
You take our special tonight, for instance. That was picked by the #1 jitterbug of Indianapolis, Patty Aspinall. It comes from the one and only Count Basie. It probably got its title because it was the last thing the band played every night on one of their dance tours.
I get it. For the boys in the band, this number meant in 10 more minutes they'd be scrambling onto a bus for that jump to the next town.
That's right, Pop. And I think that's why the Count called it 1 o'clock jump.
Jump. Prexy Goodman, think of a number between 14 and 16.
14 and 16, John. Let me see. Quick as a wink, I think of 15.
15? Right. $15 in the fluff box, as of right this minute.
Well, don't rub it in, John. I think it's all mine.
Say, Johnny, don't forget, you and that fluff box of ours have a date at the end of the week on the Saturday Night Swing Club.
That's right, Harry. And I'd like to say how sorry I am for that swing club gang, having Mercer and that 10 minutes fluffing up their perfectly good program. But I'll be listening. I wouldn't miss it for anything.
Well, don't let it go to your head, Prexy G. I'll have the fluff box back in time to get in your hair next week at Pittsburgh.
I was afraid of that. But till then, club members, it's Benny Goodman saying goodnight for Camels and all the gang.
And this is Johnny Mercer, hoping that all the world loves a fluffer. Some joke, eh, kid? Beginning on Friday, Benny Goodman and all the gang will be receiving delegations of Hot Club members at the Stanley Theater in Pittsburgh. Come next Tuesday night, we'll broadcast another club meeting from there. Till then, so long.
Next Monday night, over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. Eddie's special guest is Ethel Barrymore, so make it a Monday night date, too. Men, there's something extra swell about a pipe when you're smoking smooth, mellow Prince Albert tobacco in it. Prince Albert, you know, is the national joy smoke. Choice, ripe tobacco with a marvelous flavor and a fragrant aroma. Prince Albert is specially cut to burn slow and even. No bite treated, too, for a milder, cooler smoke. Yes, sir, it's the real thing in pipe tobacco. Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. There's no other tobacco like it. Harry Holcomb speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let up and light up a Camel. Smokers find that Camels never jangle the nerves. Yes, it's Benny Goodman's Camel Caravan, and it's meeting time for swing fans of all ages. The doors of our hot club are wide open, the lights are blazing, and the dance floor is gleaming. The carpets are all rolled up, ready for cutting. And the first item on our agenda is a word of appreciation to all you club members, you smokers who make these weekly meetings possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel.
And now that Harry Holcomb has written welcome on the mat at our clubhouse door.
That's a fluff already, Jack. Right early.
This is your president anyway, Benny Goodman. We're holding club meeting tonight at the Stanley Theater in Pittsburgh. And Johnny Mercer, I vote we have the roll call once over lightly.
Right, Prexy. Reading from left to right, you're here, the band's here, and I'm here. Martha Tilton?
I'm here.
The Goodman Quartet?
Here.
And 4,000 Pennsylvania club members. Well, you got a full house, Benny, so let's proceed.
It sounded like a full house. Meeting opens with one of the really great names in modern music, George Gershwin. It was back around 1925 that George and his talented brother, Ira, wrote this song for Adele Astaire and her talented brother, Fred.
It's the title song from a show that played right here in Pittsburgh 14 years ago. Lady Be Good. spring, a lady's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of you-know.
So Martha Tilton sings a song you'll never find in Gounod.
Yeah, not so Faust in showing us what awful rhymes you two know. The song's The Cuckoo in the Clock, and that's one thing I do know. Tick-tock on the mantel was the only sound. Tick-tock in the parlor, nothing else around. Boy and girl were close as they could be. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Be a pal, says the fella to the gal, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. Now they didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So he said to the sigh, who's the little piece of pie, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Though I'm just a little cuckoo, I'm not a cuckoo with you. So he closed the door and went through. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. I believe they're starting to move. Now they didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not a cuckoo with you. So he closed the door and withdrew. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Anything can swing. Anything can swing.
First, Miss Tilton sings a waltz. Benny then removes its faults. Puts in swing instead of schmaltz. 'Cause anything can swing. Yeah, anything can swing.
Please play for me that naughty waltz and play it sweet and slow.
Find us something to revive. We'll give it our undivided jive. And now, club members, we're staging a little corn for... four corners.
Yeah, Fluff. Get it up, Gate. Get it up. 50 cents. Every box to box. Where's the half? I'll put it in for you. You owe me now. Keep away from that word corn.
Well, keep the fluff box away from me, will you, Tut?
Not a chance, Prexy. Wherever I go, that happy little monster goes, too. It's the Pekingese in him.
Put a muzzle on him.
No, sir. Nobody's going to muzzle in on our club rule. 50 cents every time anyone fluffs a line or misreads a word.
And now our Georgia boy, Johnny Mercer, is making his own special bow to Pittsburgh. This is the time and this is the tune. Some of you may remember it as You Ought to Be in Pictures, but Johnny says,
You ought to be in Pittsburgh. It's beautiful to see. But since you're not in Pittsburgh, we'll sing a brief history. George Washington surveyed it and made a mental note. He WPA'd it, then made a speech saying, quote, the world will desire its steel to build railroads and cars and tanks.
You're welcome, Johnny.
And someday the pirates may win the flag when there ain't no Yanks. By the Monongahela, it's all come true today. They built Tequila Dealer, Pittsburgh, PA.
You ought to be in Pittsburgh.
We ought to be in bed.
It's wonderful in Pittsburgh.
Well, don't look now, but we're dead.
How about the Alleghenies? They'll take your breath away.
How about the alligators that make us play 5 a day?
Ah, but it's a lovely sight at night, so bright and luminous.
If you can see through the anthracite heaven bituminous.
Quiet, boys. That sort of talk's forbidden. You'll make the burgers cross.
So then we're only kidding. Some joke. Hey, Bob.
Every Tuesday night, there comes a time when the minutes of our meeting say, special for the Hot Clubs of America, from their honorary president, Benny Goodman. This week, Benny's sending you a killer, and I mean sending, Gates, because it's I Sent For You Yesterday.
John, you haven't told the club members how you did on the Saturday night at the swing club last week.
Well, I was on the receiving end, Benny. The fluff box collected 50 cents. I had it eaten right out of my pocket. And what with the 4 fluffs we made here tonight, the total is now $17.50.
Bingo!
Don't take the money, boys, till he throws in a set of dishes.
Who needs dishes? The fluff box and I are available for private functions, taffy pulls, bridge whist, and pillow fight.
Capital. Which reminds me, we'll be holding club meeting next Tuesday in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Till then, this is Benny Goodman saying goodnight for Camels and all the gang.
I'll overlook that last fluff, Gabe. This is old Moneybags Mercer setting out for the mint in Washington, D.C. If I have my way, they'll put my face on all 50-cent pieces. Meanwhile, here's a note for all club members in and about Washington. Beginning next Friday, Benny Goodman and the gang will be looking for you at the Earl Theater. For further details, see your daily paper. Till next Tuesday, so long.
Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in, so make it a Monday night date, too. There are pipe tobaccos and pipe tobaccos, mem, but there's only one national joy smoke, Prince Albert. You may be enjoying Prince Albert right now. But if not, let me tell you, Prince Albert is no bite treated for extra mildness, specially cut to burn slow, even, and mellow. And for swell, rich taste, well, you'll know it's better tobacco from the first pipe load. Try Prince Albert and see. There's no other tobacco like it. Harry Holcomb speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let up and light up a Camel, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Yes, it's the Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band. Reading from left to right, the entertainment committee is Johnny Mercer with a fluff box under his arm, Martha Tilton, the Goodman Quartet, and our special guest, the Quinn Tones. The first item on our agenda is a word of appreciation to all you club members, you smokers who make these weekly meetings possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality, and you've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel.
And this is your president, Benny Goodman. Tonight we're saying hello and welcome from the main clubhouse in New York. And Johnny Mercer, what was the idea of running out on me so fast last week? Were you training for a race?
Why, no, Prexy. I was racing for a train.
Well, all right, then hurry on now.
Are you aware, Mr. B.G., that this is double or nothing night on the fluff box? If you don't make a fluff, Prexy G, you get all the O'Day in the fluff box. 19 smackers.
$19 if I don't make a fluff. And what happens if I do make one?
Why, you contribute another $19.
That's a nice little one-sided idea you dreamed up, Johnny. What about you? Same rules apply?
I'm afraid so.
Well, let's see now. How do you think we'll end up?
Well, if neither one of us makes a fluff, we split what's in the box. If you make a fluff, we'll have $38. And if both of us make one, that's another $38, or a grand total of 76 clams.
I think this club needs a certified public accountant now.
Well, here we go, folks. Last event in the minstrel show. Benny and the band proceed with the proceedings to the tune of Louise.
Here's Martha Tilton's newest refrain. It's the latest thing from Featherbed Lane.
A sort of modern lullaby is what the song suggests, and the quintones sing it with me, for the quintones are our guests.
The inspiration of the song's a very sentimental man, for together with the quintones, Martha sings that sly old gentleman.
That sly old gentleman from Featherbed Lane is watching you. He's peeking through your window pane. He's gathered sand from the sky that glitters and gleams. He'll spring for your eyes with dreams. You make your little heart so happy and gay. You ride a rocking horse along the Milky Way.
Why stay away? Better take that slumber train.
Take a trip to the moon with the sly old gentleman from Featherbed Lane. You make your little heart so happy and gay. You ride a rocking horse along the Milky Way. Why stay awake? Better let that slumber train with the sly old gentleman from Featherbed Lane.
Anything can wait. Anything can wait.
Blowing bubbles, we will go. Martha sings it sweet and slow. Benny picks it up to show that
Anything can swing, yeah. Anything can swing.
I'm forever blowing bubbles, pretty bubbles in the air.
Here's our committee in charge of special events, the Goodman Quartet. A couple of weeks before a meeting was called to order, they started riffing it up together, shall we say. Before they got through, they had worked up a sequel to their famous Opus 1/2. Things must be looking up because they've called this one Opus 3/4. Order, please. Order in the clubhouse. Here's an item you'll all want to post on your bulletin boards. At your bookstore tomorrow, you'll find a brand new volume called The Kingdom of Swing. It's the story of swing, as that story can only be told by Benny Goodman. Congratulations, Benny.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, John. But a big share of my congratulations should go to Irving Culloden. As you know, John, he's the music critic for the New York Sun. And Irving is the man who was patient enough to sit down with me and help me tell the story.
Well, Benny, it's a swell story, the way you two have told it. And what I like most about the book is that besides being a history of swing, it's so full of backstage stories about other people who made swing. I mean Bix Beiderbecke, Tommy Dorsey, Frankie Trumbaugh, Louis Armstrong, and the Tea Gardens. We meet every one of them in the kingdom of swing.
Well, John, I wanted the reader to meet them, too, the way I've met up with them in the last 10 or 15 years.
Well, you've certainly done it. And club members, taking that title from Benny's new book, the Goodman Band salutes the author with a special of their own, also called The Kingdom of Swing.
In all the branch clubhouses we've been visiting, the members vote unanimously for one tune.
Well, I think we ought to mention, Benny, that it makes a fine theme song for all the goldfish swallowers we've been reading about. Yeah. It's their favorite dish, that song of fish, Hold Tight.
Yeah. Hey, John, how do you think that song would sound with some extra lyrics about the fish?
Oh, it'd probably go, hold tight, up at Harvard, all the kids are yelling, want some goldfish, mama. And up at Yale, they ate a whale.
Now, Johnny Mercer, I vote we bring the Quintones back again. Suppose you take them into the clubhouse trophy room.
Right, Benny. They're all present and accounted for. And I'm all set to join them in the trophy winner. The Quintones and I sang on their first visit to the clubhouse, Shadrach. We'd like to hear a downbeat if you've got one to spare.
Shadrach, Shadrach.
There was 3 children from the land of Israel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, took a trip to the land of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. He took a lot of gold and he made an idol, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Meshach, Abednego.
And he told everybody, when you hear the music of the cornet,
told everybody.
Told everybody, when you hear the music of the blues.
Yeah, told everybody.
And he told everybody, when you hear the music of the harp, you must fall down and worship my idol, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
But the children of Israel wouldn't bow down on Shadrach,
Meshach, Abednego.
He couldn't fool them with the golden idol, Shadrach,
Meshach, Abednego.
Shadrach, Shadrach.
So the king put the children in a fiery furnace, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. He heaped on coals and red-hot brimstone, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. 7 times hotter, hotter than it ought to be, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. He burned up the soldiers the king had put there, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Meshach, Abednego.
But the Lord sent an angel with snowy white wings down in the middle of the furnace. Talked to the children about the power of the gospel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Man, it couldn't even burn a hair on the head of Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Laughing and talking while the fire was jumping round Shadrach,
Meshach, Abednego.
Meshach, Abednego.
Now Nebuchadnezzar called.
Hey there.
When the power of the
house of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. And now, Hot Clubs of America, here's our special for you this week. The Goodman version of a song that was made famous by McKinney's Cotton Pickers. Remember, I Found a New Baby? Benny. Looks like we can eat after all. Neither one of us fluffed a word, missed a line, skipped a page, or made any mind of...
Oh, you mean fluff, huh, kid?
Yeah. Or did I say eat? I guess I'll have to eat my words.
And double that $19, Marcy. Come on, pay up, Pop. Shovel it in.
Hold the box for me there. Pardon us just a second, folks.
$18, 18 and a half.
This sounds like a gag, but it isn't.
Looks like you better get another job, Pop. Well, so long, John.
So long, Benny.
Club members, we hope you'll all be able to drop around again next Tuesday. We'll have Albert Ammons and Meade Lux Lewis at the piano. And that means another session of Boogie Woogie. Won't hurt at all. Till then, this is Benny Goodman saying good night for Camels and all the gang.
Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. So make it a Monday night date, too. Men, when it comes to pipe tobaccos, there's an extra mildness and a cool, mellow flavor about Prince Albert that's just about the last word in pipe joy. In fact, it's called the National Joy Smoke. No bite treated to remove harshness. Crimp cut for good packing and cool, easy drawing. And, of course, better tobaccos to begin with. If you've never known the real pipe joy of Prince Albert, then you've got a treat in store for you. There's no other tobacco like Prince Albert. Harry Holcomb speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let up and light up a Camel, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Here comes Benny Goodman's Camel Caravan. Tonight you'll hear from Albert Ambience and Meade Lux Lewis, those two great boogie-woogie piano players. Also on hand and bursting with new ideas is our regular entertainment committee, plus Johnny Mercer and the Fluff Box, Martha Tilton, the Goodman Trio, and the quaint and capable carefree Cats in the Band. And the first item on our agenda is a word of appreciation to you smokers who make these weekly meetings possible. You are the final judges of tobacco quality. You've made Camel the largest selling cigarette in the world. So thanks, folks, and let up and light up a Camel.
Hello, club members. This is your president, Benny Goodman. As Harry Holcomb has just told you, we've got two old friends in our hot club guest room again tonight. I mean Albert Ammons and Meade Lux Lewis. So you can count on hearing some first-rate boogie-woogie piano before we adjourn. And Johnny Mercer, put down that Fluff Box. You know, as an actor, John, you're dynamite.
Oh, do you think so, Benny? I think that's wonderful.
Well, you're always blowing up your lines.
Oh, I think so. Well, club members, the Orchestra will now lay on the favorite will no vocally renditions because Listerbug's only over deciments preferably as first played. And the title?
Wait a minute, John. You can't introduce our first number in double talk. What's the idea?
The idea is to get out of making a fluff. Last week I went through the whole meeting without a mistake. And then I tried to say goodnight. I made a fluff, and it cost me $19.
That Fluff Box really cleaned you out last week, didn't it?
The happy little monster now has $38, and it's gone to its head.
And now here comes Martha Tilton, our Camel Club swing sweetheart.
Martha has a song about a very indiscreet heart.
The song is called Tears from My Inkwell, and it points out an excellent moral. Lovers should count 10 and think well before they indulge in a quarrel. Tears from my inkwell and tears from my pen. Ask you, can we get together again? Words on a page are unexciting. Who can put a broken heart in writing? So tears from my inkwell are pleading with you while I watch memories go by in review. Love still must burn within you. Love you can't discontinue. Please tell me that when you reply. And tears from my inkwell soon will dry. Tears from my inkwell are pleading with you while I watch memories go by in review. Love still must burn within you. Love you can't discontinue. Please tell me that when you reply. And tears from my inkwell soon will dry.
Anything can swing, anything
There's a song from Mexico that we swung some weeks ago. You wanted it repeated, so anything can swing, yeah, anything can swing.
Estrellita de lejos no cielo, que miras mi dolor, que sabes mi sufrir.
Not so long ago, a sort of musical cyclone swept in the world of swing. Like so many other trends in modern music, it came from New Orleans by way of Chicago. Two men were largely responsible for it, and those two men are here in our hot club again tonight. The two of them were cab drivers in Chicago when they were first discovered, and now that they are as recognized as they are, as the leading exponents of the style called boogie woogie, and they're the proteges of the great boogie woogie originator, Pine Top Smith. You probably know whom I'm talking about as Albert Hammond and Meade Lux Lewis, and the incredible things they do on a piano. What's the matter, Johnny?
I thought that was a small fluff in there, but I'll let it go.
All right. All right, Johnny, and now you can give us a little history about the boogie woogie.
In Chicago town very long ago, Mr. Smith sat down at the piano and he wrote a tune called his Pine Top Strut. And it's still a tune very few today can cut. Boogie woogie, boogie woogie was the tune that Pine Top played. Boogie woogie, boogie woogie put Debussy in the shade. Sounded like a locomotive coming down the grade. Well, the news went forth by word of mouth and spread up north and spread down south. The cats came round to hear old Pine Top's jive, 'cause he made that one piano sound like five. Boogie woogie, drove the citizens insane. boogie woogie, boogie woogie, swept the countryside like rain, like a prairie fire sweeps across the plains. Mr. Smith grew fat on his blues routine, bought a high silk hat and a limousine, walked the streets in patent leather shoes, just because his strut was the daddy of the blues. Boogie woogie, boogie woogie, so the years just slipped away. Boogie woogie, boogie woogie, Mr. Smith grew old and gray, and he looked around to find a protege. So the story ends, Mr. Pinetop's gone, but he left two friends who could carry on, who could play the things that only he had known, and could even add a few tricks of their own. Albert Ammons plays like that. Meade plays it with eclat in their natural habitat. Was played on a baby grand, well, it made the grade to a 12-piece band. It's the same old tune Pinetop used to play. Only difference is it's played the Goodman way. Ah, growl it, Benny.
And now from the New World's Fair edition of the Cotton Club Review, the band brings you a song that's both new and good.
Yes, it looks like a sure thing for your list of current favorites, club members. It's as torchy a ditty as you ever went rug cutting to the tune of which. And to make the whole thing complete, Martha Tilton is right here to join in on the second chorus. The song is called Don't Worry About Me.
Forget about me, be happy, my love. Let's say that our little show is over, and so the story ends. Why not call it a day, the sensible way, and still be friends? Look out for yourself, should be the rule. Give your heart and your love to whomever lover you love, don't be a fool. Darling, why should you cling to some fading thing that used to be? If you can forget, don't worry about me.
Club members, in the minutes of each of these weekly meetings of ours, there's a page headed Special for the Hot Clubs of America from their honorary president, Benny Goodman.
And, Johnny, this week that page is practically a chapter by itself because our special tonight is in a class of its own. We first broadcast it back in 1936. The records show it was played about 17,000 times that year. Judging from the requests for it we're always getting, even that wasn't often enough. And so, for the Hot Clubs of America, here's that panorama of swing with Lionel Hampton at the tom-tom. Sing, sing, sing. Good job. And now it's about time to adjourn. Thank you very much. Next Tuesday, we're holding club meeting in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're going to be in the neighborhood, we'd kind of like to see you. Until then, this is Benny Goodman saying goodnight for Camels and all the gang.
And this is little Sir Johnny Mercer with a hasty glance over my shoulder at the fluff box, looking forward to being with you again at the regular meeting time next Tuesday. Good night.
And next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. So make it a Monday night date, too. When you see a man loading up his pipe with Prince Albert smoking tobacco, you're seeing a man who knows the real joy of pipe smoking. Prince Albert is choice, ripe tobacco, crimp cut to burn slow and even, and the bite removed. It's the real thing in pipe tobacco, men. Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. There's no other tobacco like it. Harry Holcomb speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Camel, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. Yes, it's Benny Goodman's Camel Caravan, and tonight our Hot Club's meeting in Benny's hometown, Chicago. On hand to help the meeting swing along are Johnny Mercer, Martha Tilton, the Goodman Quartet, and the world's greatest swing band. First on the docket is a word of appreciation to you club members. You smokers make these weekly meetings possible by your keen appreciation of Camel's costlier tobaccos. You've made Camel America's #1 cigarette. So thanks, folks. And for smoking pleasure at its best, have a Camel. Penny for penny, your best cigarette buy.
Pull up a chair or cut up a rug, club member. Fluff already.
Fluff. There'll be a slight lull for a slight pause for Station House right here.
This is your president, Benny Goodman. We're meeting tonight on my old stamping ground, Chicago.
And right off the bat, I've got a question, Benny.
Well, pitch in, Johnny Mercer.
Okay, you were born and raised in these parts, and Chicago's such a hotbed of swing that fans are always talking about Chicago style. Now, suppose I were Joe Swing fan, Benny. How would you explain Chicago style to me?
Well, the Chicago style of swing started in small groups. They never had any written arrangements.
I see, Pops. Well, who were some of those small groups? Where did they play?
Well, they weren't organized. They played where and when they got together. There'd be a trumpet player from one outfit, a sax or a piano man from another, and maybe only 4 or 5 altogether.
And they just get together in a back room somewhere and improvise?
Sure. I've seen Bix Beiderbecke, Frank Teschmacher, Eddie Condon, Joe Sullivan, and Ben Pollock all playing together in one band, but only for that one session, of course.
Nothing ever on paper?
That's right. And that's why nothing's ever played exactly the same way twice. But you know, Joe Swing fan, Chicago style is something you have to feel. You just can't put it in words.
Well, thanks for having a shot at it anyway.
We talked to Martha Tilton, and this is what we told her. We'd like to hear a love song like Tristan and Isolde.
I replied with dignity and manner most emphatic, I'm not the type to put on airs if they are operatic.
And so poor Wagner must remain neglected and ignored. For Martha sings The Ladies in Love, which we chose with one accord.
If there's a gleam in her eye each time she passes your side, that means the lady's in love with you. If she can dress for a date without that waiting you hate, you know the lady's in love with you. And when your friends ask you over to join their table, but she picks a faraway food for two, well, sir, here's just how it stands. You've got romance on your hands because the lady's in love with you.
the flame comes a tune, Chloe by name. Somehow Chloe's not the same, 'cause anything can swing. Yeah, anything can swing. Wah, sis boom ba. Gonna sing a wumba. Ha, ha, ha.
Hey, Johnny, take it easy. What do you mean, wow, wow, wow?
Why, Mr. President, don't you know there's no R in this month? I have to cheer myself up because I'm going to sing.
Now, John?
Now, Benny. The number is when Yuba played his tuba down in Cuba, and it really is a wow of a wumba. His name was Yuba. He was homely, he was dumb, and so was Yuba. Just a big ambitious bum, he wouldn't do so much as chew a stick of gum, so this is news to me. I understand he's an overnight success, he's in demand why, I never could have guessed. Well, he found himself a tuba, and he bummed his way to Cuba, and the rest is history. Down in Havana, there's a funny-looking booba. He plays the rumba on the tuba down in Cuba. Oh, and he sapple sell an apple, but this chap would rather grapple with his oompa, oompa, oompa. They prefer it to the poopa, doopa, doopa. They love the rumba on the tuba down in Cuba. It It doesn't take him very long to get a tumble. For all the rumble lovers going to their rumble. Oh, how I'd love to be his double, for without a bit of trouble with his oompa, 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 he can knock 11 ladies for a looper. They love the rumble on the tuba down in Cuba. He's not a greenhorn, blows a mean horn, must be seen on, 'cause he's a whiz, whiz, whiz. Why, all Havana loves this funny-looking booba who plays the rumba on a tuba down in Cuba. I can't believe it, but they tell us every peanut vendor's jealous of his oompa, oompa, oompa. They prefer it to the poopa, doopa, doopa. They love the rumba on the tuba down in Cuba. They love his oompa, 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 oompa.
All the cups in our Hot Club trophy room are signposts of memory lane. They stand for the songs you know and love. You always enjoy hearing them, and we try to do our part by giving them a new polish for you. One of our brightest trophy winners, shining through those memories, is the cup engraved with the name of Melancholy Baby.
Special bulletin for the Hot Clubs of America. Your honorary president, Benny Goodman, is making his weekly bow in your direction and cutting a slice of solid jive. It's a highlight on the list of every swing fan, the Goodman version of Clarinet Marmalade. Just the kind of jam you go for. Get it?
Looks like the time has come to say good night. But before we adjourn, a vote of thanks to all you club members in Chicago. Next Tuesday meeting we'll take up at St. Louis. Till then, this is Benny Goodman saying good night for Camels and all the gang.
Yes, the time has come, the walrus said. And by walrus, I mean that clam-eating little monster, the fluff box. So far, he's gobbled up $40.50. And I'm getting to be known as the after-dinner mint, because I always pay the check. This is Johnny Mercer saying so long till next Tuesday.
Next Monday night over these same stations, Eddie Cantor's Camel Caravan rolls in. So make it a Monday night date, too. All five senses will tell you pipe smokers why Prince Albert is the national joy smoke. You can smell its fresh, fragrant aroma. You can taste its rich, ripe, no-bite goodness. You can see its special, slow-burning, cool-smoking crimp cut. You can hear Prince Albert smokers say that there's no other tobacco like it. You'll feel mighty good about getting around 50 swell, mellow smokes out of every big red tin of Prince Albert. Harry Holcomb speaking, the ladies in love with you, from the picture Some Like It Hot. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Camel, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. Yes, here comes Benny Goodman's Camel Caravan. It's our weekly meeting of swing fans, presided over by Benny Goodman and the world's greatest swing band. The Entertainment Committee has accepted a bid tonight to visit fellow members in the Fox Theater, St. Louis, Missouri. And meeting opens with a word of thanks to you club members. You smokers make these Tuesday night get-togethers possible by your keen appreciation of Camel's costlier tobaccos. You've made Camel America's #1 cigarette. So thanks, folks. And for smoking pleasure at its best, have a Camel. Penny for penny, your best cigarette buy.
Onto the speaker's platform of our Camel Hot Club steps President Benny Goodman.
Thank you, Johnny Mercer. Welcome, club members. We've got so much business on hand for tonight's meeting, I vote we swing to order. Those in favor say aye.
Aye! Solid, solid. Turning to the roll call and swinging from left to right, we find Martha Tilton.
Aye, aye.
The Goodman Quartet.
Yeah, man.
That capable collegiate conglomeration of classy commuters. The cats in the band, and I will have to put a little fluff in there, by the way. Can you hold the box up, please, Harry?
Right up.
I think I'll open a restaurant in this thing and call it the Kick In. You, Benny Goodman, me, Johnny Mercer, and about 5,500 St. Louis swing fans here in the Fox Theater. First in the minutes of the meeting, an item carried forward from the ballot group, docketed under the title of Trees.
Anything can swing. Anything can swing.
Shiver my timbers, thar she blows. Here comes mighty like a rose. And members, as the saying goes, anything can swing. Yeah, anything can swing.
No visit to St. Louis would be complete without a brief glance at some technical notes on the blues. As a songwriter, John, as well as a Georgia gentleman, sir, how would you define the blues?
Well, Benny, I think the blues began as impromptu snatches of song that the plantation workers made up out of their own troubles. They're not the same as spirituals because the blues nearly always tell a story of weekday worries. Anything that was getting them down, they sang about.
Yeah. And musically speaking, you might say that the blues are to swing as Bach was to classical music. That's where it all began.
And, of course, the Bach of the blues, better known as the daddy of ditto, was W.C. Handy, the man who wrote down and published the St. Louis Blues back in 1914.
I don't suppose that Mr. Handy knew then that said song would become an important part of every dance band's book of arrangements, John.
Oh, that it would be played and recorded more ways than any other popular song in the last 25 years. It's been recorded by big bands, little bands, sweet bands, swing bands, army bands, rubber bands.
I get it, John. We get the idea. St. Louis Blues has been recorded. But here's another way to play it in swing time. And, Johnny, supposing you cut in with a few well-chosen words. The St. Louis Blues.
St. Louis blues, blue as I can be. That gal's got a heart like a rock jumped in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Now a New York woman make a good man run from town. Yes, a New York woman make a good man run from town. But a St. Louis woman make a boy slap his baby down. Got a shape like a snake, face like a frog. When she kisses me, I holler, who got dog? Mama, 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 look what you done to me. Got the St. Louis blues, blue as I can be. We have here a resolution from our affiliated society, the Ancient Order of Fireside Toe Tappers.
And, Johnny, what do the Gates propose, Pops?
Why, resolved, Mr. President, that for this week's special for the Hot Clubs of America, you and the band should take down, dust off, polish up, beat out, and give forth with that tempestuous and torrid toe tapper, pick a rib, and that's 2 fluffs for me, and carry that resolution, will you, Benny?
You know, club members, they always say that Missouri people are the ones who have to be shown. But this visit to St. Louis has proved that the opposite is true also. Because you're certainly... Oh, that's Fluff, John.
All right, well, that's one. I'm glad you finally got one. I'm way ahead of you tonight.
All right, I'll pay up. Because you're certainly showing us a wonderful time. That last number got me. So with a vote of thanks, this is Benny Goodman saying goodnight for Camels and all the gang.
I want to put in here a little reminder to all pipe smokers. When you step up to the tobacco counter and say, Prince Albert, please, you're putting yourself in line for around 50 pipefuls of just about the grandest, mellowest smoking you've known in your pipe. Prince Albert is extra mild, cool, with rich, full body. Its choice tobaccos are no bite treated by a special process. PA is the national joy, smoke men. Try it today. There's no other tobacco like Prince Albert. Harry Holcomb speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A half hour of music by the young man who brought swing from the back rooms of the musicians' haunts along the Mississippi waterfront to New York's Carnegie Hall. The man who pioneered the way to a new era in American music. Here he is with the greatest assembly of swing artists ever gathered together in one single band, Benny Goodman.
Good evening and welcome to the 9th of our new series of programs for the makers of Camel. We're broadcasting from Detroit, Michigan tonight, where the band's been playing a date at the Michigan State Fair.
Say, Benny.
What's on your mind, Bert Parks?
Well, I'm just wondering why it is that you're playing all these fairs. You opened this series for Camels from the San Francisco Fair. You just left the Canadian National Fair in Toronto. Tonight you're at the Michigan State Fair, and tomorrow you'll be on the way to the New York World's Fair.
Oh, you really want to know why all the fairs, Bert?
Well, of course, it's not too personal.
Did you ever see a fair without a roller coaster?
No, I don't think so.
Well, all the boys and myself are crazy for peanuts and hot dogs and roller coasters. Is that fair enough, Bert?
Well, maybe you better play the overture, huh?
Okay, it's If I Could Be With You 1 hour tonight. And now Bert Parks wants to ask a few questions about smoking. Bert Parks.
Have you ever smoked a Camel cigarette? Have you ever noticed how slowly a Camel burns, how much longer a Camel smokes? Camels are noted for their long burning. Recent impartial laboratory tests show that by burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other, the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. Now, getting that much extra smoking per pack is something to think about, especially for smokers who live in communities where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect. But more than economy, Camel's long-burning, costlier tobaccos mean more smoking enjoyment, too. You can smoke Camel steadily, and at the end of the day, your mouth feels fresh, not dry or scratchy. Because Camels are mild, Camels are cool, Camels are slow-burning. And for fine, delicate flavor and aroma, well, try Camels. Get smoking pleasure at its best, and economy, too. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
You've all heard Stardust played by the trio, the quartet, and the band. The other night, while the new group and the band, the sextet, was jamming, Charlie Christian, our new guitar player, tore out on a chorus of Stardust no one ever heard before. Nearly broke up the session. So tonight we thought you'd like to hear the sextet playing Stardust. Just as we were forgetting all about the jive talk that came up with swing music, along comes Cab Calloway with a great tune that brings all the jive talk back again. The song's called Jumpin' Jive, and before Louise Tobin sings it, I'm going to try and get our jive and jumpin' expert, Lionel Hampton, to translate. Lionel Hampton. And now, Dr. Lionel Hampton, can you give us a rough idea of what Cab was trying to say?
Well, Cab was giving out with that mellow jive that the Gators use to make their joint jump with.
Wait a minute. That sounds worse than the song. Explain it now. Make it very clear.
Well, that's clear, Pops. That's solid clear.
Now listen, I'm asking you what the words mean. This part, for instance. Hep, hep, make your eggs on the Jersey side. Don't tell me that makes any sense.
Well, that makes sense, Pops. That means the same as hip, hip, cut off my legs and call me Shorty.
Cut my legs and call me Shorty.
Now you're getting the idea, Pops. Hip, 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 hip. Shave my head and call me Baldy.
Wait a minute. I still don't know what you're talking about.
And another thing, Jackson, when you hear the man shout Easter, start to looking for your eggs. Now, do you dig me gay?
Do I dig you Toots Mondella, do you dig it?
What's the matter? Sounds good to me.
I give up. Our jump and jive has got me. All right, boys, let's take it away.
Jumping jive makes you get your kicks on the mellow side. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. The Jim Jam Jump is solid jive, makes you 9 foot tall when you're 4 foot 5. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Don't be a nickaroo. Get hip and follow through and get your steady foo. Make the joint jump like the gators do. Jim Jam Jump is a jumping jive, makes you like your eggs on the Jersey side. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Jim Jam Jumping Jive makes you hip, hip on the mellow side.
The next number you'll hear the band play is an old blues. Sent for you yesterday, and here you come today.
Say, Benny, if that's a blues, what happened to the words on it?
Well, in our version of Sent for You yesterday, we've sloughed the words, Bert, and concentrated on the tune. And now you'll hear Fletcher Henderson at the piano, Toots Mondello saxophone, Ziggy Elman at the trumpet, all featured in solo. Sent for You yesterday.
Fine.
Take it.
Here we go.
Whatever price you pay per pack for your cigarettes, it's important to remember this fact. By burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other, the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. Smokers who live in communities where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect can save the cost of the tax and, in some instances, more through smoking Camel. Now, if you live in a community where there are no added taxes on cigarettes, the savings are all yours. Right now is the time to turn to Camel. Get extra smoking per pack, topped off with a delicate taste and aroma of Camel's finer, more costly tobaccos. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. Fletcher Henderson's piano introduction is a signal for the joint to start jumping as the band moves into Pick a Rib, a real stomp tune with choruses by Jimmy Maxwell on the trumpet, Toots Mondello on the sax, and Benny on clarinet. Pick a Rib.
And that's it, another session of America Swing. Thanks to all you people for listening in, and thanks to all you Camel smokers who make these broadcasts possible. Good night.
Be with us next Saturday night for more of the world's greatest swing band. And for 2 more enjoyable half hours of radio, listen to Camel's 2 other great radio programs. Remember, on Monday nights, the radio version of the famous comic strip Blondie, starring Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake. And on Tuesday nights, Bob Crosby's Dixieland Band with Johnny Mercer and Helen Ward. And for cooler, milder smoking, remember Camels. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. Bert Park saying, see you next Saturday.
Pipe tobacco with a bite taken out, but all the grand, rich flavor left in. That's Prince Albert, the famous no-bite treated smoking tobacco. More men prefer Prince Albert than any other brand. It's known as the National Joy Smoke, Try Prince Albert, men. There's no other tobacco like it. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You like to swing?
Listen to Benny Goodman, the king of swing.
Do you like to smoke?
Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. And here he is, the king of swing, Benny Goodman.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Saturday Night Camel Caravan. Tonight we're broadcasting again from New York, where Broadway is preparing to light up with some new shows, and Tin Pan Alley is grinding out the tunes. Our guests tonight are the celebrated Lynn Murray Choir and the greatest living trumpet player, Louis Armstrong. But let's get on the way. Here's Ted Pearson to tell you all about the first tune.
You remember we said last Saturday tonight's session was really going to be a barn burner? Well, sit tight, because here we go with Pick a Rib. And from there on, you're on your own. Next Wednesday is the opening of the new Rodgers and Hart show, Too Many Girls. Tonight, in the way of a little advanced peep at what that opening night's audience is going to hear, Benny plays one of the show's outstanding songs. I didn't know what time it was, and Louise Tobin let you in on a beautiful set of lyrics. My, but you look pretty tonight, Miss Tobin.
Just listen to the lyrics, Mr. Pearson.
lovely time it was, how sublime it was too. I didn't know what day it was you held my hand, warm like the month of May it was, and I'll say it was grand, grand to be alive, to be young, to be mad, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, know that I'm your own. I didn't know what year it was, life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm wise, and I know what time it is now.
Perhaps you swingsters who collect records already know that Benny's recording of I Didn't Know What Time It Was just released this week. It's that man, old Satcho, Louis Armstrong.
Hello, Louie. How are you? You know, Louie, as a kid in short pants, still learning to play the clarinet, I used to stand by the hour at the plantation in Chicago and listen to you play. And like lots of other kids studying music, you were really my idol.
Man, tell me more. Tell me more, Benny. Tell me more.
Well, you're not the only one, Benny. Here's what Panassier says in his book, Hot Jazz. Louis Armstrong is the greatest solo player jazz music has ever known. There can be only one or two musicians of his caliber in a century.
Well, where does it say that?
Right there in that book, Louis.
I'm going to get that book tomorrow.
When Benny asked Louis what he wanted to do tonight, he said he wanted to play and sing with a sextet. So Louis turns loose on a real Armstrong classic, Ain't Misbehaved.
The one to talk with by myself, the one to walk with, I'm happy on the shelf. Misbehaving, save my love. Oh, baby, no certain one I love. Flirting, you done a thinking of. She's baby, like honor in a corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care. On your kisses, I'm waiting for. Believe me, don't stay out late, don't get to go. Home about 8 radio. This baby says my love, yeah.
opens at New York's famous Cotton Club tomorrow night. Louis, you'll kill him. The precision and tremendous power of the brass section in Benny Goodman's band made it one of the greatest ever assembled. Famous for fast, hot tunes, the brass now goes to work on a slow, almost sweet tune, Moonlight Serenade. Now it's time for the famous Goodman Sextet. You ready, Benny?
Ready, Ted.
And here's the big moment. In presenting Louis Armstrong again, Benny Goodman has arranged to recreate a very memorable recording date, just as it was done in the recording studio. Louis lays down his trumpet, and the Lynn Murray Choir gathers round him as he tells the story of 3 children from the land of Israel who took a trip to the land of Babylon.
The story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
There was 3 children from the land of Israel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, took a trip to the land of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, took a lot of gold and made an idol. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. And he told everybody when he hears the music of the cornet. And he told everybody when he hears the music of the flute. And he told everybody when he hears the music of the harp. You must fall down and worship the idol Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. But the children of Israel would not bow down. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego couldn't fool them with a golden idol. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. I said you couldn't fool them with a golden idol. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. So the king put the children in the fiery furnace. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego heaped on coals and red hot brimstone. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego 7 times hotter than it ought to be. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego point up the soldiers that the king had put there. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. So the Lord sent an angel with the snow-white wings down in the middle of the furnace, talking to the children about the power of the gospel. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Well, you couldn't burn a hair on the head of Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, laughing and talking while the fire jumping round. Meshach, Abednego. Old Nebuchadnezzar called, "Hey there," when he saw the power of the Lord. And they had a big time in the house of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Oh, 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 Abednego.
Look out now, hang on tight, because here comes Benny Goodman with a real rocker. King Porter's Stomp.
And that's it, boys and girls, till next week. Thanks to all of you for listening, and thanks to all of you camel smokers who make these broadcasts possible. Good night.
When the Camel Caravan comes rolling in next Saturday night with Benny Goodman on the lead camel, you're going to hear something a little different in the way of swing. Benny will have as his guest the world's greatest swing harpist, Casper Reardon. See you Saturday night.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present 3 great shows each week. On Monday night, the radio version of the famous comic strip Blondie, starring Arthur Lake and Penny Singleton. On Tuesday nights, the Dixieland Music Shop with Bob Crosby, Helen Ward, and Johnny Mercer. And on Saturday nights, Benny Goodman, the King of Swing, with Louise Tobin, Ted Pearson, and next week's guest, Casper Reardon. And don't forget that for cooler, milder smoking all the time, it's Camel. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Saturday Night Camel Caravan rolls in on the music of Benny Goodman. America's Swing! The makers of Camel cigarettes bring you a half hour of music by the talented young artists who brought swing from the back rooms of musicians' haunts along the Mississippi waterfront to the citadel of American music, Carnegie Hall. The man whose skill and leadership pioneered the way to a new era in American music. Here he is with the greatest assembly of swing musicians ever gathered in a single band, Benny Goodman.
Good evening and welcome to the Saturday Night Camel Caravan. The band's back in New York again, and tonight we're broadcasting from Radio City.
Hey, Benny, what goes with the music here?
You're frighten the birds away, Bert Parks.
Birds? Say, isn't this the Camel Caravan?
That's right.
Aren't you Benny Goodman?
Well, take it easy, Bert. What you heard was just a little prelude to the version of Felix Mendelssohn's Spring Song, one of the tunes we're getting ready for the Broadway musical, Midsummer Night's Dream.
Midsummer Night's Dream, but Shakespeare wrote that, didn't he?
Right again, Bert. Old Shakey's going to swing out on Broadway in a month or so.
Well, dig, Hamlet, dig. The Spring Song. Those of you who have seen the Technicolor picture, The Wizard of Oz, will recall the film's hit song, Over the Rainbow. Of course, Benny Goodman couldn't get Technicolor into his arrangement of the song, but he did manage to get some boogie-woogie chords into it, so hear Louise Tobin sing Over the Rainbow.
That you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney top. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, fly over the rainbow, why then, oh, why can't I?
And here's Bert Parks with some facts about Camel. Bert Parks.
Camels are the cigarette of long-burning, costlier tobaccos. Any way you figure it, from the extra smoking per pack of Camel's long-burning qualities to the supreme enjoyment of smoking pleasure at its best, Camels are penny for penny your best cigarette buy. The extra smoking? Recent impartial laboratory tests show that by burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other, the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. The extra pleasure? Slow-burning Camel smoke cooler naturally. Milder, too, as steady Camel smokers know so well. A cooler, milder smoke, topped off with a delicate flavor and fragrant aroma of Camel's matchless blend of finer, more costly tobaccos. Yes, sir, that's smoking pleasure at its best. There's more of it in every pack of Camel. Camels are America's #1 cigarette. They're penny for penny your best cigarette buy. While Benny was playing the San Francisco Exposition, the Hollywood Bowl, and Points West a few weeks ago, he found time to make some recordings. They're under a new label, and they cost less. The first releases went on sale yesterday morning. We thought you'd like to hear one or two of them, so the band is going to play Jumpin' at the Woodside, for example. One of the numbers just recorded. Solos go to Toots Mondello on the sax, Chris Griffin on the trumpet, and it's Jumpin' at the Woodside.
'Tain't what you do, it's the way what you do it is especially true in music. A band can often become famous simply by the way it happens to play a certain tune. Everyone remembers Paul Whiteman's recording of Whispering, Kyle Lombardo's Sweethearts on Parade, and Artie Shaw's Begin to Begin. Well, tired after that last one. Currently, Glenn Miller, a boy I used to play with some 10 years ago, is winning recognition with his recording of Moonlight Serenade. And with Fletcher Henderson's arrangement tonight, we're going to give you our version of it, which features solos by Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, Toots Mondello on saxophone, and myself. Moonlight Serenade.
And that's the new group within the band, the Sextet. Lionel Hampton at the vibraharp, Fletcher Henderson at piano, Arthur Bernstein at the bass, Nick Fatul at the drums, Charles Christian at the guitar, and Ben at clarinet. The selection is one we've been asked to repeat since its debut 3 weeks ago. Flying Home.
a minute, mister. You can't break in here.
I'm here, ain't I? You just get that guy Bob Crosby for me, Sonny.
I'm telling you, Bob Crosby isn't here. He broadcasts for Camels on Tuesday nights. My friend, this is the Benny Goodman program.
I don't care if it's Charlie McCarty's program. I'm only the expressman, and the box in my truck says Bob Crosby, Studio G, Radio City, Saturday, 10 p.m. Now get him for me before I get a ticket for parking.
Take it easy, boys. The box is for me.
You're the guy, then. You're Crosby?
No, I'm Goodman. Benny Goodman.
Oh, an underplum, huh? I get you.
No, the box is a present I bought for Bob Crosby and his boys. He was going to be here, but he couldn't make it.
Benny, a present for Crosby and his boys? What's the idea?
Well, Bob's done a great job on that Tuesday night show for Camels, so I bought him a little token.
But what is it? What did you get him?
Say, listen, you guys. My truck's waiting on the street.
Take care of the expressman, will you, Bert?
Yeah, but the box, what'll I do with it in the program? I've got a number to announce.
Leave the box downstairs. Go ahead. I'll announce the next number.
Okay.
And now we're going to play Harry Warren's new song. Put that down in writing. Louise Tobin sings one of the choruses.
Exciting as you claim, would you put that down in writing and autograph it with your name? You have told me I'm a picture that your arms would like to frame. Would you care to paint that picture and autograph it with your name? I have heard your proposition, must have listened to that again. I don't mind the repetition, but why don't you say it with a fountain pen? Though your offer is terrific, I'd feel better just the same if you'd put that down in writing. If matrimony is your aim, and autograph it with your name.
Well, I got rid of the expressman, Benny. He left the box down the lobby.
Well, thank you, Bert.
But what about the box? Aren't you going to tell us what the present is?
I'll tell you, Bert. You listen to the Bob Crosby Show next Tuesday night, and you'll find out what's in the box. Right now, I believe you have a message from the makers of Camels.
Let's stop and figure just what that extra smoking in Camels can mean in terms of the day-by-day cost of your smoking. By burning 25% slower than the average of the 15 other, the largest-selling brands tested, slower than any of them, Camels give a smoking plus equal to 5 extra smokes per pack. And now, smokers who live in communities where certain state cigarette taxes are in effect can save the cost of the tax and, in some instances, more through smoking Camels. Now, if you live in a community where there are no added taxes on cigarettes, the savings are all yours. You get economy and all the extra enjoyment of cooler, milder smoking. The fragrance and delicate taste of finer, more costly tobaccos. You get more pleasure per puff, more puffs per pack. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. A great arrangement can often make an important tune out of an obscure song. Fletcher Henderson's orchestration of Fats Wallace Stealing Apples made this little-known tune one of the most popular numbers Benny has introduced in recent months. Fletcher, Benny, and Chris Griffin each take a chorus of Stealing Apples. Remember, the makers of Camel cigarettes present the world's greatest swing band every Saturday night, so be back with us next week. And don't forget Camel's two other great radio programs. On Monday nights, the radio version of the famous comic strip Blondie, starring Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake. And on Tuesday nights, Bob Crosby's Dixieland Band with Johnny Mercer and Helen Ward. And for cooler, milder smoking, remember Camels. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. Bert Park saying, see you next Saturday.
A word to you pipe smokers. Have you ever tried Prince Albert? Prince Albert is the national joy smoke, you know, and more men prefer it than any other brand. PA is a grand-tasting smoke with all the marvelous aroma of choice tobaccos. And Prince Albert is extra mild, cool in your pipe, because it's no bite treated to remove harshness. PA is crimp cut, too, to pack right and smoke slow and even. Yes, there's a big treat in store for you when you smoke your first pipeful of Prince Albert. Try Prince Albert. There's no other tobacco like it.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You like swing?
Listen to Benny Goodman, the king of swing.
You like to smoke?
Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. The makers of Camel cigarettes present the Saturday night Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the greatest assembly of swing artists in the world today. And again tonight, Benny brings you the number one lady in the whole kingdom of swing, Mildred Bailey. And here is the king of swing, Benny Goodman.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Saturday Night Camel Caravan. It's 10 o'clock here in New York, 9 in Chicago, 8 in Denver, and 7 in California. But no matter where you are or what time it is, it's still Saturday night, and that means it's time for a little fun. So if you can use some music, we'd like to join you. And I'd like to bring my very good friend, Ted Pearson, along.
Well, I won't take up much room. I'm just going to stand here by the machine and drop in the nickels. The first coin in the slot brings up Benny Goodman's Down by the Old Mill Stream. That old mill stream's dried up drier than a bone. So let's let Benny sort of moisten things up a bit with a slightly mellow job. What's new? Tell us, Benny. Tell us. right, Benny. The mic's yours.
Last week, Ted, when we announced that Mildred Bailey was going to be a permanent member of the Camel Caravan, the audience here in the studio shouted their approval. This week, more shouts and further approval have come from letters and press clippings all over the country. The radio editors and critics agree with all you listeners that Mildred Bailey is the greatest of them all. Take a bow, Mildred.
Thank you, Benny. It sure makes me happy that you all like me.
All right, Mildred. And for our first number tonight, Mildred, it sings the hit song from the new Rogers and Hart show, Too Many Girls. I didn't know what time it was.
I didn't know what time it was. Then I met you. Oh, what a lovely time it was. How sublime it was, too. I didn't know what day it was. You held my hand, warm like the month of May it was, and I'll say it was grand, grand to be alive, to be young, to be mad, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice say I'm all your own. I didn't know what year it was. Life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm wise, and I know what time it is now. Didn't know what year it was. Life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm wise, and I know what time it is now.
Ah, Mildred, you've sure got that singing department under control. And here's Benny himself to tell you what the sextet's been up to.
Pardon me, Mr. Pearson, but I'd like to talk to him first.
Well, here I am. What's wrong, Lionel?
Plenty, Pops, plenty. Remember that big white angel that came down and sat on my bed one night out in California?
You mean the one that told you not to play any more vibrahops till I paid you more money?
Now you're digging, Pops. Well, that same angel came drifting into my room last night and says the same thing again. Lionel, she said. And I said, boy, that's me. No more vibrahops till Mr. Goodman gives you more money.
Yeah. Well, that's funny, Lionel, because just last night an angel came drifting into my room and says to me, Benny, and that's me.
Yeah.
You're paying Lionel too much money for playing those vibrahops.
Oh, that couldn't have been my angel jiving like that.
Well, what do you want to do about it, Lionel?
Well, Pops, there's no sense in us arguing about it. We'll just let those angels fight out between themselves. Yeah.
A little earlier in this Camel show, Mildred Bailey sang a song from the musical Too Many Girls. Now, from that same Rogers and Hart score, Benny plays another hit tune, Love Never Went to College. here's George Bryan to tell you how to measure a cigarette. How do you measure one, George?
One true yardstick of cigarette pleasure and cigarette economy can be said in these 5 words. Camel's costlier tobaccos burn slower. Camels are penny for penny, your best cigarette buy.
You've heard bands play it, you've heard gals sing it, but you've never heard it till you've heard La Bailey. Mildred Bailey sings Scatterbrain.
You're as pleasant as the morning and refreshing as the rain. Isn't it a pity that you're such a scatterbrain? When you smile, it's so delightful. When you talk, it's so insane. Still, it's charming chatter, scatterbrain. I know I'll end up epileptic, but there's nothing I can do. It's just the same as being in a hurricane. And though my life will be too hectic, I'm so much in love with you. Nothing else can matter, you're my darling scatterbrain. Morning and refreshing as the rain. Isn't it a pity that you're such a scatterbrain? When you smile, it's so delightful. When you talk, it's so insane. Still, it's charming chatter, scatterbrain. I know I'll end up epileptic, but there's nothing I can do. It's just the same as being in a hurricane. And though my life will be too hectic, I'm so much in love with you. Nothing else can matter, you're my darling scatterbrain. Nothing else can matter, you're my darling scatterbrain.
Ah, Mildred, that was really fine. Now you'd better take stock of yourselves, because you'll never be the same when this is over. It's solid boogie-woogie and a yard wide. Roll 'em. Roll 'em, Fletcher, roll 'em. Those choruses were played by Fletcher Henderson, Ted Besley, Toots Mondello, Ziggy Elman, and, of course, Benny himself.
Boys and girls. Till next week. Thanks to all of you for listening, and thanks to all you Camel smokers who make these broadcasts possible. Good night.
When the Camel Caravan comes rolling in next Saturday, we'll all be aboard again. Benny Goodman, Mildred Bailey, and the whole gang. This is Ted Pearson saying, see you Saturday night.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present 3 great radio programs each week. On Monday nights, the radio version of Blondie. On Tuesday nights, the Dixieland Music Shop. And on Saturday nights, Benny Goodman, the King of Swing, with Mildred Bailey. And don't forget that for cooler, milder smoking all the time, it's Camels. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You like swing?
Listen to Benny Goodman, the King of Swing.
You like to smoke?
Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. Makers of Camel cigarettes present the Saturday night Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the greatest assembly of swing artists in the world today. And with them, Benny has as his guest tonight that singer you've all been asking for, the one and only Mildred Bailey. And here's the King of Swing, Benny Goodman.
Good evening and welcome to the Saturday Night Camel Caravan. We're broadcasting again from New York, but before we begin, I have a special announcement to make.
Excuse me, Benny, but that stopwatch man sure giving you the glare.
I know what's on his mind, Ted. We've got a lot of music to cram into 30 minutes, and he's worried, so maybe I'd better let the announcement go for a while and push off quick. We're back home in Indiana.
Okay, Benny, it's yours. home in Indiana. That's where Hoagie Carmichael comes from. And some of these days back there, they'll toss up a monument to Hoagie for the great songs he's written.
When you fans say you want more, you really mean you want more. You wrote so many letters to me and to the makers of Camels, saying you wanted more of a certain young lady that there was nothing else to do but give you more. So here she is now, Mildred Bailey.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Mildred. I'm afraid that introduction sounded like this was a mail-order command performance, Mildred.
Say, did that guy Pearson write one of the letters?
Not me, Mildred. I want to make my request in person. How about singing my last goodbye?
Okay, Taddy, here it is. I smiled, so did you, but somehow we knew it was my last goodbye to you. Your eyes met with mine, your lips so divine. It was my last goodbye to you. For darling, though you are gone, my dreams linger on of days when you said I love you. I smiled through a tear. Today makes the year that I said goodbye to you. For darling, though you are gone, my dreams linger on of days when you said I love you. I smiled through a tear. Today makes the year that I said goodbye to you.
Thank you, Mildred. If the Indians in this country start swinging, blame it all on an Englishman by the name of Ray Noble, because he's the one who whipped out this wigwam warmer, Cherokee. Benny, if you'll take off those Indian feathers, we're ready to hear about the famous Goodman sextet.
You know, last week Lionel Hampton, our vibraharp player, we thought he'd be with Mr. Toscanini's orchestra by this time. But I'm happy to report that Lionel's still here and ready to play.
Yes, and I'm here too, Pops, but strictly incognito.
Tonight the sextet's going to play a number that, in my opinion, is one of the finest melodies the late Art Hickman ever wrote. Roseman, take it, Charles.
Now it's about time to get a load of the brass and sax department in this Goodman organization. So Benny cuts him loose sort of easy-like on one of those early jobs that made him top man. Fletcher Henderson's arrangement of Sometimes I'm Happy. That sax chorus was played by Toots Mondello, Bus Bassie, Jerry Jerome, and Buff Estes. It's that ever-loving dewdrop, Mildred Bailey. Wait till you hear what she's going to sing.
The sky was blue and high above. The moon was new and so was love. This eager heart of mine is singing. Lover, where can you be? You came at last. Love had its day. That day is past. You've gone away. This eager heart of mine is singing. Lover, come back to me. I remember every little thing you used to do. I'm so lonely. Every road I walked along with you. No wonder I feel lonely. The sky was blue, the night was cold, the moon was new, but love was old. And while I'm waiting here, this heart of mine is singing, lover, come back to me.
That was great, Mildred, and now here's that announcement I tried to make at the opening of the show. Your applause and letters have shown how much you really like Mildred Bailey, so now it's our turn to say something. Well, here it is. Starting next Saturday, a week from tonight, the Camel Caravan will have Mildred Bailey as its permanent guest.
Hold your hats now, because here's a rock crusher. There are takeoffs by Toots Mondello, Ziggy Elman, and the King himself. Jumpin' at the Woodside.
And that's it, boys and girls. Till next week. Thanks to all of you for listening, and thanks to all you Camel smokers who make these broadcasts possible. Good night.
When the Camel Caravan comes rolling in next Saturday, she'll be here again, riding right behind Benny on that lead camel. Of course, from now on, Mildred Bailey's going to be with us every week. See you Saturday night.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present 3 great radio shows each week. On Monday nights, the radio version of Blondie, featuring Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake. On Tuesday nights, the Dixieland Music Shop with Bob Crosby, Helen Ward, and Johnny Mercer. And on Saturday nights, Benny Goodman, the King of Swing, with Mildred Bailey and Ted Pearson. And don't forget that for cooler, milder smoking all the time, it's Camels. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Do you like swing?
Listen to Benny Goodman, the King of Swing.
Do you like to smoke?
Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. The makers of Camel cigarettes present the Saturday night Camel Caravan with Benny Goodman and the greatest assembly of swing artists in the world today. And again on the caravan tonight rides the First Lady of Swing, Mildred Bailey. And here is the King of Swing, Benny Goodman.
Good evening, and welcome to the Camel Caravan. Well, here in New York, it's the weekend before Thanksgiving. School will be out, and the youngsters will be coming home for the holiday. So all this week, we've had Ted Pearson out with a bag full of nickels, finding out what records in the machines these students like best. Tonight, we're going to play several of them for you.
Now, here's Mr. Goodman to tell you about another big record we found in the machine.
All right, every once in a while, some band makes a record of a tune that's so good, no other band wants to touch the number. That's what happened after Glenn Miller made his recording of In the Mood. We were all willing to let Glenn rest on his laurels, but along came Fletcher Henderson. He stuck his chin right out by making an arrangement of Glenn's hit. However, the boys all liked it, so we're going to play it for you Camel fans. It's called In the Mood, and I think we've still got our chin out.
last week's Camel Caravan, Benny introduced one of the tunes from the show, Swingin' the Dream. And by the way, Benny's going to be starred in that show. Well, everyone seemed to like last week's sample of the score, so tonight, with a vocal hand from Mildred Bailey, he lets you have another taste of the show. The title tune, Swingin' a Dream.
Hip-hooray-ing, I was swinging a dream. Mr. Moon was singing sonnets, making eyes at all the comets. All the stars wore blue Easter bonnets. I was swinging a dream. I saw the Little Dipper cutting a Persian rug. Even the Daddy Dipper turned out to be a jitterbug. Just about when day was breaking, seemed as though the earth was quaking. I awoke and lay there waking. I was swinging a dream. After hearing that, Benny, I could use a couple of tickets for your show.
You're in, Ted.
And here's George Bryan with a very fine hunky information.
Camels are a matchless blend of costlier tobaccos. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
And now, Mildred Bailey breaks up an old museum piece, and you don't need a nickel to hear it. Oh, Johnny, oh.
All the girls are crazy about a certain little lad. Although he's very, very bad, he could be oh so good when he wanted to. Bad or good, he understood about love and other things. For every girl in town followed him around just to hold his hand and sing. Oh, Johnny, how you can love. Oh, Johnny, heavens above. You make my sad heart jump with joy. And when you're near, I just can't sit still a minute. I'm so oh, Johnny, please tell me, dear, what makes me love you so? You're not handsome, it's true, but when I look at you, I just oh, Johnny, oh. Above. You make my sad heart jump with joy. And when you're near, I just can't sit still a minute. I'm so oh, Johnny, please tell me, dear, what makes me love you so? You're not handsome, it's true,
Johnny, oh, Johnny, oh, 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 Johnny.
That's Lionel Hampton beating out the jungle drum send-off to one of Benny's biggest balcony benders. Sing, sing, sing.
And that puts another one away until next Saturday. Thanks to all you for listening, and thanks to all you Camel smokers who make these broadcasts possible. Good night.
The old Camel Caravan will be rolling in again next Saturday night with all hands aboard, Benny Goodman, Mildred Bailey, and the whole gang. This is Ted Pearson saying, see you Saturday night.
And this is George Bryan saying that for cooler, milder smoking all the time, it's Camels. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.